All right, everybody, what's up? Good morning. Can everybody see me and hear me? Let me make some minor adjustments here. Okay, I think we're good. I kind of feel like we're not getting Robinson Jr. now. I think that we're going to draft somebody, and it's going to be Halani, who we seem to like, and then it's going to be Wilson, and then it's going to be rookie. And you don't need 4 running backs you're planning on using, 3 at most. So I kind of feel like we're not going to get Robinson now. Tyler Hall, he's a cornerback. Don't worry, he never played for us. He's not significant. Okay, we do have one J Pinnock, NYG. Actually, Derek Young did sign with the Raiders. I don't know anything about the contract though, but Derek Young is gone, which I don't know if we're gonna re-sign Cody White or if we're just gonna rock with Ricky White. But we don't have room for Derek Young if we have one of those guys. Oh, Ebby Ketty? Yeah, it's snowing here too. I got snow. Ebby Ketty's out. Let me see here. Cowboys signed Kobe Durant, who I didn't even know was available, honestly. That weakens the Rams a little bit, I guess. Jamari Sailor went to the Dolphins. Sure. Oh, that's a pretty good deal for Tyler Huntley. Drew Tranquil signed with the Chiefs. I don't think he was a free agent. So I think that's just a redone deal. Kevin Jenkins got 1 year, $4 million with the Browns. Sure. I'm not seeing anything about Ebby Ketty. Where's that report coming from? Yeah, I've gone back a couple of hours on the timeline. I don't see anything about Ebby Ketty. Kobe Durant, 1 year, 5.5 million. That seems pretty fair. It was last night. Okay, somehow I missed it. Okay. All right, Ebiketti off the board. I kind of feel like the only thing we might do today is sign an edge. That would be about the most I expect. Maybe a corner. Yeah. Yeah, I did see the Derek Young thing, and I mean, okay, so JSN, Cup, Shaheed, Horton, Bobo. You really only have room for one more receiver. 49ers signed Nate Hobbs. I missed that one too. I was tired last night. I just went to sleep. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Ebiketti and Mafe are basically the same player. The only difference is Mafe is a Super Bowl champion, and Ebiketti's never played in a playoff game, I don't think. Mm. Yeah, Darion Kendrick, maybe. I want to do a little bit better than that. Is trading for Grenard off the table? I don't think so. Ready for Persona? Did something get announced this morning? If so, I didn't see it. If you can get Cam Taylor Britt for $4 million, you're doing very well for yourself. So I'm not against that at all. I think there's an argument to be made, though, that you're better off just waiting for post draft. Yeah, he might actually get to play a decent amount in Vegas, and it proves that he left a good impression on Kubiak. Do you think we trade back at pick 32? It depends on who's there when the pick's coming up. If there's a player we really like there, I think we just stick and take him, and we probably should. Hmm. I don't know if we have the youngest roster. It's very close. You're right. Don't get me wrong. It's pretty extraordinary.
What's your thoughts on Becton? Good fit for Hawks?
No, I think Becton's a really bad fit for the Hawks, Peter. I think Becton is a non-mover, but I do think somebody out there will covet him because he has been good. He was a significant part of the Eagles winning the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Papa broth? What? What an odd thing to say. Who drinks broth? Well, okay, I don't want to act like nobody does, but what an odd thing to assume. D'Anthony Bell, he was on the team last year, and then he wasn't on the team at the end. I don't think we're going to get Lattimore, but I was obligated to put him on the list anyway. British Columbia
Morning,
Seahawks fans.
Brandon. Did the
Shout out.
Seahawks spend enough money so the NFL doesn't whine about not spending?
I don't think so, Sandman, but they don't have to meet that criteria until the season starts, I don't think. Or actually, I don't think until the season ends. So they can still sign a bunch of guys after the draft, which is kind of what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to try to round up some older edge rushers after the draft. I expect that to be what they do here. They clearly want those comp picks, and I don't blame them. I wonder if there's no juice behind Bosa
Does
after
each
all.
round of the draft have its own contract structure such as guarantees, length, options? Is Haynes in his last year?
Thank you, Taker. I think the only thing dictated by round is amount, but I'm pretty sure guarantees are negotiated between team and player. Length is defined by the league. I don't think there are options in rookie deals. And Haynes is, no, not in his last year. Next year is his last year. Yeah, the fifth year options for the first rounders, yes, but I don't think you can have options for lower rounds than that. I don't think you can negotiate an option. That's very possible, Ethan's Tech World, and it could be for other players too. Guys like Clowney, guys like Cam Jordan. It could be a few different things going on here. Yeah, Haynes not being good is a shocker. You mean my favorite Seahawk right now? Right now, my favorite Seahawk is on the team right now. It's probably Witherspoon. Yeah, I don't think Wilson's going to be some amazing player, but he'll fit in, and we're going to draft a running back anyway, I think. Dolphins signed Ethan Bonner, but he was exclusive rights, so uh, I just don't think we can go into the season with this edge group, even if you add a rookie. It's not good enough, man. And I'm sure they know it, and no rookie that we can get is going to fix it. Thoughts on bringing back Travis Homer? I mean, I think Travis Homer's a pretty decent player, but I don't think we really have room for a guy like that. Now, what's the difference between is Travis Homer better than even Jacardia Wright at this point? I don't think so. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? You know, a lot of those guys don't want to do OTAs, so it's whatever. Jason Pinnock got a 1-year deal. I know we don't really care that much. Do you think it's the right move for us to do nothing while the Rams go all in? There were things that I would have liked us to have done, but if it's not there, it's not there, right? Like, I would have liked to have traded for Max Crosby. I would have liked to have gone after Khalil Mack, but those things ended up not really being there. And I don't want to go after a guy like Trey Hendrickson if I don't feel like he's going to fit that well just because I feel obligated to do something. I want to do the right thing. And our core is still intact. I know it frustrates people to hear it, but I don't think K9 is considered to be part of the core. He's not Saquon. He's not even Jonathan Taylor. He's not Prime CMC. He's not on that level. He's not part of the core, and I don't think he ever really was. Oh, I mess with it. I don't know if Akers is ever going to be the same again, honestly. I don't know how to feel about that. Well, Matthew, the Charbonnet, I can't really factor in here. Rico Dowdle got a 2-year contract, by the way. I don't think the money's out, but like Charbonnet's probably not going to be back until after the halfway point, so he's going to get a pretty small share. I could see Wilson getting like 30%, and then Halani gets like 25, and then the rookie and then Charbonnet gets some small share, then the rookie gets the rest. Add Russell Wilson. What? Did Russell Wilson sign? I haven't heard. By the way, that reminds me, actually. Okay, Kenny McIntosh could also get involved too, but I don't know if he's recovered or not. Haven't heard a word about him. Mhm. 'em. But that actually reminds me. Has anybody heard anything about any interest from any team in Russell Wilson? I feel like there's nothing going on there whatsoever. I heard Chris Carson is training again. I have not heard that. Not a chance. We have Bobo tendered. Mhm. 12, 2 years, 12 million. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Sharps might not be back until December. That's a real possibility too. We need to be prepared. Per Corbin Smith, Seahawks really like Halani and think he's ready for an increased role. I mean, look, I think he could be a decent third down back. I'll say that much. Mm. Wilson's the third down back? I don't think so. I think he's an early down back. I like Helani as a blocker and pass catcher more than a runner. And I don't really view Wilson as a third down guy. I think that he's more of a grinder. Wilson third down. I mean, maybe he's a third down back compared to Josh Jacobs. I just like, I don't know. I don't like Helani that much as a running back. I like him more as a pass catching back. So I'm hoping it comes together like that. Apparently, Kyler Murray grew up a Vikings fan, which I didn't know that. Did he grow up in Minnesota? Do you like Antonio Gibson? He's all right, but I don't think we really need him at this point. I don't know what he adds that we don't already have. By the way, Rachaad White was dirt cheap. He got like $2 million. Rachaad White ended up being cheaper than Wilson. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, maybe Wilson's a better fit, but White's definitely a better player. Mm, mm. Will Milrow beat out Locke? I feel like Milrow's probably not ready yet, but maybe they'll make that determination in camp. Like, Milrow doesn't fit this offense is the other thing, right? Milrow's an RPO guy, and that's not what we do. Rachaad White has some fumbles. Hmm. I guess Wilson doesn't really fumble, but I don't know if that's enough to tilt the conversation enough. I don't know. Any thoughts on Deneric Prince? I haven't thought about that guy in years. I mean, I understand why people would have overpaid Walker, but at the same time, like, understand that that's a risk too. I think some people have it in their head that this is a risk and overpaying Walker would not have been a risk. Overpaying Walker is absolutely a risk. So, you know, they got to choose what risk to make. I don't know if the one they're making is right, but I respect it. Mm, mm. And again, like look at all the guys on this team we've already paid. It's kind of like Denver, right? That's part of the reason why Denver isn't going out paying anybody, because in their minds they've already paid their core, and they're afraid of adding other pieces to the core at high prices. And
Can we
I know
turn
Denver
Milroe into
fans
a
are very
running
frustrated
back?
right now too. And can we turn Milroe into a running back? Um, Not a high volume one, I wouldn't think. Is there a reason why some running backs don't get better at pass protection? Some aren't strong enough for it, but mostly you're right. It is a matter of just want to and willingness. You think Seattle has a realistic chance of a Super Bowl repeat? I don't see why not. But anyway, back to Denver. Like that's the issue with Denver, right? They're not adding on, but in their mind, they're like, we already paid Sertan, we already paid Bonito, we already paid our other edge rusher, we paid, I guess you'd say Hafunga, we paid a bunch of guys on the offensive line, we paid Sutton, and like that's the core. We can't extend the core much more. In our case, Darnold, eventually JSN and Spoon, to a certain extent Cup, Cross and Lucas, Big Cat. There's hesitancy to say that other players get added to the core because we've already signed so many guys. Now, in the case of Denver, I think it's a lot worse because I don't think Denver's that great. I don't think they're in a position of power. I think they're a 10-win team that got lucky to win 14 games last year. And if they don't get better, they're going to regress significantly. Whereas Seattle just won the Super Bowl. But I think you guys get what I'm getting at here. Hmm. Denver has a better roster than us. Somebody's going to have to explain that one to me. Buccaneers officially signed Jake Browning. Jake Browning's still in the league, man. Pretty cool. Yeah, I would take a third rounder for Milrow all day. How much faith do you have in the new offensive coordinator? Not a ton, but the concept is sound, at least. I don't hate it, but we're not going to know until we see it. Mm. Would any team bite? I don't know. I know some people really like Milrow. I don't. I don't think he's worth much, but somebody out there does. Hmm. Wait, did Josh Allen, Bradley Chubb, wait, did Josh Allen change his number? Or is that a different Allen on Buffalo?
Can we turn Tim Tebow into a tight end?
Tim Tebow plays baseball. Different Allen. Okay. I was about to say that's like rude to Bills fans that bought a Josh Allen jersey. Denver re-signs Jaleel McLaughlin, the running back. What is, man, Denver does not care. All right. Okay, yeah, that's enough of that. Yeah, Marlon Humphrey would fit great on this defense. Marlon Humphrey was good under McDonald in Baltimore. Why wouldn't he? It's the same defense, more or less. But yeah, Humphrey would be great. But he has to be available. I don't know if he is. A lot of people are saying that Wilson's kind of like Mike Davis. Mike Davis is pretty good. Oh. All right, we are caught up. So probably going to be a chill day. I'd really like to see Bosa come off the board just because. No, I don't really want Bosa. I just want him to sign with somebody. I don't want him. Yeah, Derek Young is in Vegas. Not a bad fit for him, by the way. I kind of like that. Six figures I was only for. Six figures I was only for. I don't know what's going on with D-Law, but apparently he's not retiring. Nothing's guaranteed yet, but it doesn't seem like we're losing him, so I think we're okay there. Do 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 do. Sticking out your giot for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tex. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio. Leonard Williams already said he's not retiring. Tutu Atwell officially signs with the Dolphins. I'm pretty sure that's the whole song, right? It's just that one verse. I don't think there was more to it. Oh, Empower, no, that's the yeah, that's the 4 kids thing. What's it like? Yo, this is a story about a boy named Shinji living in the flooded streets of New Orleans. Gendo Shinji's father is a scientist, okay, so he built a giant robot for Shinji's birthday. Shinji's friend Ray knows how to bust a cap. When she's not fighting alien, she's taking a nap. That one, yeah. The only TikTok song I know is the what's the who sings the hit or miss? I guess they never miss, huh? You got a boyfriend, I bet he doesn't kiss you song. Who sings that song? Is that Mia Khalifa? That's the only TikTok song I know. Hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty much never on TikTok, but I know that song from parodies. Greg Thomas and Grenard don't play the same position. Demon Tia Pinkney. Grenard is an edge rusher, and Thomas is a off-ball linebacker. Things is a stretch, yeah, maybe. I don't even know the name of the song, but I know that it's a TikTok song. Luke Gifford of the 49ers is re-signed with the Niners. That'll be mostly interesting to see how it compares to the contract we gave Brady Russell. $2 years, $5 million, 5.3. So we probably gave Brady Russell a little bit more than that if I had to guess. Dude, me singing the Mia Khalifa song made like 20% of the viewers leave. I should play the Game of Thrones clip and see how many more people I can get to leave, but the problem is, if I do that, I know that a lot of people will, number one, people will leave, and also I'm going to have to deal with copyright because it's playing the Game of Thrones theme in the background. I would have done Ebikedi for 7 million, but I don't think it's the end of the world at all to not do it. But I think he's worth 7 million all day, especially in this market. I know they'll be back, but still. Oh, you know what? I think I actually, you know what? I deleted the Game of Thrones thing off of my soundboard. I think because every time I played it, I got copyright struck. Who is the most evil villain in fiction? Ted Danson in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Remember the time when Ted Danson donated the wing to the museum, and he donated it anonymously, but then told people? Or remember the time that he told Cheryl that Jeff masturbated in the bedroom, the guest room? How do you think Kyler Murray does in Minnesota? Kevin O'Connell's usually pretty good with that kind of stuff, so I imagine he'll be fine. But what else am I going to talk about? There's nothing else. Nothing's happening right now, guys. I'm doing the best I can with what I have to work with, guys. I've never read Blood Meridian, so I can't really comment on it. But I know Cormac McCarthy is a modernist writer, and modernism is hard to convert to film. Oh. You ever play Last of Us online? No, I have not. Yeah, well, Empower, today's the last one, for sure. I'm definitely going to do it again next year. I will say this is the most dead free agency streams have ever been for me. But I think a lot of Seahawks fans have just learned we're never really going to do anything all that crazy in free agency. But those first couple of days popped. Even the third day was great. And then the last 2 days have just been super sleepy, and it is what it is. But no, I'm going to do it again next year, I'm sure. Like, the only way I would not do it next year would be if, like, we have zero money and I just know nothing's going to happen and everybody knows nothing's going to happen. Maybe then. Yeah, and sometimes things just don't work. Like, they were going to make a BioShock movie at one point, and then they canceled it, I think, because they realized, I can't remember if it was BioShock or BioShock Infinite. It was just really hard to get to that medium. I think the vet ring chasers will come, Dawn Stealer. It's just we're trying to do it in the most ideal way possible. And maybe that comes back and bites us, but we'll find that out later. Jose Rodriguez, thank you for the membership. Welcome to the membership club elite level. You know what's a hard read is American Psycho. I borrowed American Psycho from the library once and tried to read it. That is hard to read. That was one where it's like, okay, this book is interesting to me, but it's hard to get through it. And I respect why, but that doesn't make it any easier to read. Hmm. Is it bad, or you mean like gore? It's the way it's written. Well, the idea is the book is written from Patrick Bateman's perspective, and Patrick Bateman really, really cares about mundane stuff because he's a shallow yuppie. So it'll spend like 2 pages describing somebody's outfit because that's the stuff he cares about, and I get it. I understand the point, but it's really hard to read page after page after page of somebody who is obsessed with somebody else's appearance. Yeah, I know that book, Goonin. I haven't read it, but I know it. I know what it's about. I don't know how anybody could read that, but whatever. Maybe if you're reading it ironically or something. I think it's a good book, and I like Bret Easton Ellis, but it's just tough to read because of his priorities in what he's writing. So maybe Cody White leaves and we just rock with Ricky White. I'm fine with that too. You gonna watch Scary Movie 6? I've never seen a scary movie. I've never seen any of the scary movies, so probably not. Why did Ebiketie get so much less than Boye Mafe? Because Boye Mafe is a Super Bowl champion. That's really all I can think of. Yeah, guys, I don't think we want Ayuk. Like, it'll be interesting to see what happens there, but we definitely don't want him. Yeah, Durant didn't get as much money as I thought he would. They are awesome movies. Oh, okay. ESPN was linking us to Jawan Jennings. That doesn't make any sense. Why would we want Jawan Jennings? Like, I don't get it. Somebody's gonna have to explain that fit to me. How do you feel about the Sonics coming back? I'm excited for it. I'm happy about it, for sure. You like our receiving room? Yeah, with Shaheed? I think we're good. I got no problem with it. Okay, the Michael Pittman Jr. trade is now official. It's a good trade. I don't know about giving him 20 million, but it's not the worst thing in the world. KSA, that's impossible. They don't allow that to happen anymore. A city cannot own a football team anymore. That's something they changed the rule on. Yeah, I got a lot of snow actually. What's your so bad it's good pick for a movie? Uh, The Great Wall with Matt Damon. Oh. It seems a little low for Kobe Durant. I will admit that. No, I've never seen any Jeepers Creepers. I'm not a big horror movie guy, to be perfectly honest. Hmm. So Denver literally has just brought back the exact same running back room they had last year that they admitted was bad. That seems a little bit questionable. I think their running back room might be worse than ours. And ours is pretty not good. Maybe what about Jack and Jill? Like I have a soft spot for Jack and Jill because the Dunkachino thing has become kind of iconic. But I feel like everybody knows that movie is so bad it's good. It doesn't work as well. Yeah, that's the thing. Dobbins doesn't stay healthy. He is a good runner. You're right. I think there's also some residual mental scarring for Seahawks fans because when we had Carroll, there were a lot of times when some garbage player would get hyped up as being ready to take on a bigger role, and then they were just garbage. So people hear things like, "Oh, we think that George Halani's ready for a bigger role," or "Oh, we trust Nehemiah Pritchett," or somebody like that, and it's like, I don't like that. But hopefully Mike and John are actually not blowing smoke when they believe those guys can be pretty good. Mhm. When are you doing your mock draft? Well, I'm going to do another one next week, but I do them all the time, so Well, that's the thing, right? DJ James never actually got on the field for us. We realized we didn't like him that much, and we just let him go rather than keeping him around and forcing him out there, so we learned the hard way. Nothing going on, people. All quiet. Hmm. Is Halani and Wilson better than what we had in Homer and Dallas? Probably a little bit, I guess. I'd go with something like, yeah, okay. Yeah, Homer's a good third down back, unironically. If we really want Washington Jr., do you think we have to take him at 32 overall? I'm going to need to see how the conversation around him shapes over the next couple of weeks. He's very talented, but we've known that for a while. Oh, okay, Parks. I may have messed that up. Today is the last stream. Yes, Derek. Today's the last day of streaming. Yeah, I mean, I like Mills. I'm not enamored with him yet, but there's no reason why he can't be a big part of this team going forward. If they both stay healthy, who has the higher ceiling, him or Horton? Who's him? Are you talking about Mills? I guess I would probably say Horton, but I don't know. You could talk me into the opposite. Are you surprised Vegas didn't sign more of our free agents? No, not really. They did a lot. If you're talking about Horton or Shaheed, then I think Shaheed has a higher ceiling for sure. Oh boy. Uh, mm, mm, Horton versus Mills. Yeah, okay. Russell Wilson just signed a practice squad. Very funny. Mm. Well, I mean, Lockett didn't suffer for that. Lockett got to make a little bit more money. Dolphins signed Jalen Tolbert. He's okay. 1-year deal. I think I had Tolbert on the board. Hold on. Yes, I did. Mm. Updates? Nothing from the Seahawks, which, again, I'm not really surprised by. One-year deal for Tolbert. Sure. Who's D Young? Derek Young. He's not a superstar, but I think he's worth what we're giving him. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen, DMR. I don't think what we have is enough, and I don't think they think what they have is enough. I would certainly hope not. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that people need to keep in mind. Shaheed and Darnold didn't have a firm connection. I don't think the risk with Crosby is too high. The concern is just the cost, and the cost is very high. Yeah, I don't know much about Anfree Jennings. Does Crosby fit our scheme? I think so. There's a reason why John tried to trade for him twice. I don't think they did that because they don't think he's gonna fit. I think Sundell's gonna be the center. I don't even think we're gonna re-sign Cody White now that I think about it, because I think Ricky White's just gonna be the next guy. But yeah, it's gonna be chill, and I think we gotta. I think we gotta accept that, and I don't know if it's good or not, but I get it. I'm fine with it. Need got released. Is that official? Yes. That is intriguing. There may be something we can do there, but he's been extremely injured the last 2 years, right? That may be a play we make. That I don't hate that idea at all, especially because there are no comp pick considerations. Yeah, there's no way we draft a quarterback unless we trade Locke or something. Yeah, Snead could be kind of like a pivot from away from Marlon Humphrey, but a similar idea, I guess. Yeah, Philly took Ebiketie. I mean, I liked Ebiketie for the right price, but I also don't think we're wounded because we missed out on him. Yeah, the Bobo tight end stuff doesn't make any sense to me. I think people are just trying to figure out how to piece things together in a way that kind of makes sense, but I don't think it makes sense, really. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Does Snead just go back to Kansas City, though, I wonder? Yeah, Brady Russell's re-signed. Brady Russell's coming back. For sure. We don't got to worry about Brady Russell no more. I would really hope the Rams don't get A.J. Brown, although there is an argument to be made A.J. Brown's not that great of a player anymore. He showed some real issues last year, although that could have been a problem with Philly more than a problem with him. Hmm. I mean, we definitely can make big money deals. We're just choosing not to. And other than maybe one or two, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like maybe Tyler Algier would have been nice, but for the most part, I'm looking at these deals and I'm like, that's not necessarily something I wanted to do. Maybe Ebby Ketty also would have been okay. What will we do with Rashid Walker? He's a left tackle. We don't need a left tackle. No, we haven't signed anybody yet today. Today's been chill. Very little action around the league, honestly. Put him at guard. He might be better inside. That's a lot of money we got to spend to find out. I don't think we can spend $20 million if we don't know if he can play guard. Yeah, Sneed's really interesting, maple syrup bacon. Sneed is actually really interesting to me because he should be cheap. That might be kind of like the Marlon Humphrey pivot. And we get to have a guy on our team named Sneed. Yeah, Kobe Durant was a lot cheaper than I thought. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. Sneed works. There are other corners that would be just as good. Ooh, Dalvin Tomlinson has signed with the Chargers. I remember when Dalvin Tomlinson was a big deal in this league. Hmm. So the Chargers did a little something. Hmm. Yeah, Devin Hester never really worked out as a receiver. It was always tragic. Would have been so fun. Yeah, there are a lot of corners still out there. So I'm not too worried about it, but that would be one that makes sense. Remember, there's no comp pick. Because he was released. One year, $8 million for Dalvin. 7.5 technically. Where are you guys seeing the Justin Jefferson thing? I don't see that anywhere. It's fake? Yeah, I'm not seeing it from any of the big ones, so I'm pretty sure that's not right. Uh, yeah, I'm not seeing anything about Justin Jefferson, so I think we're okay. I've heard a lot of people compare I'm sorry, Emmanuel Wilson to Mike Davis. A lot of people in here probably remember Mike Davis. That wasn't too long ago we had him. He was good. Yeah, I want one more corner, but we don't have to. I want a veteran corner, but we don't necessarily have to do it. That's probably about where that would be good. Seahawks fan 12. I think JSN 4 for 150 is fine. I think that would work. I might have to be a little bit more than that, and I'm fine with that too. Yeah. Hmm. I would like to bring in another veteran, but we don't necessarily have to. We could just piece it together with randos. Remember, we're almost certainly going to draft a corner. I'd be very surprised if we didn't. JSN might set the market. I don't know if he will. Remember, Jamar Chase got as much money as he did in part because the Bengals screwed that up. We have leverage on JSN that the Bengals didn't have on Chase. Mm. Yeah, and remember, he's on one of the worst teams in the league. You put him on this team, you should be getting something a little bit better. Mm. Well, it's because JSN has 1 year left on his deal, and then we have the 5th-year option. So if he doesn't want to play ball, then we can just keep him for another 2 years. And by the way, don't forget, there's also the franchise tag, which you can use if you really have to inconvenience him. Whereas the Bengals did not pay him until after much later in his rookie deal. So there was less incentive for him to play ball. And they dragged it out to the point where he was getting fed up. If we extend JSN now, he's incentivized to give us a break because he wants to get the big money on the books. The longer you wait, the less incentivized they are to give you a break because in their mind, they're closer to hitting the open market where they can get more money from another team. Mm, mm. No, I didn't finish Upgrade. I was busy last night. I still have to finish like the last half hour or something. I'll finish it. I'll try to finish it tonight, but I don't know. It's hard for me to focus on other stuff right now. I've been doing a lot. Yeah, Avion Terrell. If he falls to us, it's going to be hard to resist. Who's someone that you want to draft that isn't a team need? Honestly, there were some really fun wide receivers in this class that I like. I made a bunch of videos about them last week. Maybe them. One of the nose tackles, maybe. Ah. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. D-Law hasn't confirmed, but it sounds like he is going to come back. It would be, it's plight to make your decision early. I would suspect that D-Law is staying, but it's not guaranteed. Ravens signed a couple of really, really low-level guys, Dayton Wade, Bazile Okoye. I don't know who any of those guys are. Ravens, Carl Jones. These must be like ERFA deals or something. Charbonnet will not be ready for the start of the season, I think. There's no way. Horton, I think, will. But even that is not a guarantee. Hmm. There are plenty of people I'm willing to sign Castillo, but I'm not super attached to anyone except for maybe some of the veteran edges. But I'm still open to a lot. Aaron Wilson just tweeted about like 8 million different tiny contracts. I don't think any of that stuff really matters to us. No, I see Silver Ace, but it's all stuff that is so insignificant. I can't bring myself to even pretend to really care. I don't know any of these players except for like Kamal Hadden. I know who that is, but everyone else I've never heard of before. Yes. Yeah, no problem. Silver Ace. It's just I'm not gonna list all that stuff out. It's just not gonna happen. It's way too much, and none of this is significant at all. Yeah, Jawan Jennings. Maybe that's Denver's play. I think Marshawn Lattimore's probably too injured. I think he might be just completely washed. I haven't been to a Seahawks game since the NFC title game against Green Bay. Ugh, ah. Mm. There are actually quite a few, Kevin. Cam Taylor Britt. If you think Lattimore's not shot, him. Trevon Diggs, although I think he's shot too, honestly. Rasul Douglas is actually really nice. I would love Rasul Douglas. There are others too, but those would be some of the top guys. I don't think Kendricks had 4 interceptions. I think he had 2. The Packers signed someone named Christian Welch. I mean, the Mike Evans deal is okay, but like you said, he's probably going to get hurt again. That's the way things go typically. Top 5 all-time Seahawks running backs. I mean, Sean Alexander, Marshawn Lynch, Kurt Warner, Ken Walker, Chris Warren, something like that. I think Isaiah Simmons was signed on Tuesday. I remember talking about that a little bit. Have you ever thought about going to a game and doing like a mini vlog post-game discussion video? Yeah, I've thought about it. Hmm. Who's your favorite Seahawks player within the last 5 seasons? Probably Spoon. I imagine Finley will be ready for camp, but you can never know for sure. You can never be sure. I don't know. Maybe it's coming from Aaron Wilson in the next few minutes here. He's been tweeting a lot over the last couple of minutes. Maybe Jones will be packaged in there. But Aaron Wilson usually gets the obscure contract eats, so hopefully. Hey, Holy and Grenade. The Seahawks haven't done anything yet. There's been a little bit of movement around the league, but not much. I think the main thing that happened was Legarius Sneed got let go. Giants are making a deal to send neighbors to the Donkeys. I have not heard anything like that. Oh, the Eagles signed Michael Carter. 1 year, $2.8 million. Oh, the cornerback. Okay. There's also a Michael Carter running back, too. No. I don't really want Bosa. I don't really want Bosa that much. He's good, but I don't think he'd be good here. I don't think it's a fit. Texans, MJ Stewart, 3 mil. I think he was with them before. What running back do you think we should draft? I think Mike Washington would be the most fun. Yeah, Grenard's signed. It's not a matter of signing him. It's a matter of trading for him. Hmm. Derek Young. Derek Young. John Murphy, Bunting restructured 1 year, $3 million. But he was never a free agent, so whatever. That doesn't really mean too much. Yeah, we can't depend on Macintosh. At all. I mean, if we drafted pawns, I would assume that McDonald feels like he can make it work, and I'd be okay with it, but that's going to be tough. But he is a great player. Chris, I mean, yeah, I would invite problems, but there there is something to be said for being willing to take on problems to try to go win it all. Try to trade for Josh Jacobs? No, not really. Oh, Damian Martinez, he was released. He's not on the team. Jaguars restructure Logan Cook. Chargers Alec Ingold. Not much. Thoughts on Igbinosun in the second? I need to think about him. I don't know what to think of him yet. I definitely don't like him as much as the first round guys. I probably would rather have Rashad White for 2, but it's not worth really thinking about all that much. The Pinheiro extension was earlier. Wow, that's actually more than I thought it would be. Wait, no, that's not the record. Okay, I mean, Pinheiro's good. That's not bad. They didn't, like, set the market for him. That's seems okay. Yeah, David Moore. Gonna have a 10-year career, baby.
Aren't we forced to spend big? Where the moves at?
Hey, thank you, Hunter. We are forced to spend a pretty good amount of money. You are correct. However, I believe what I suspect is that the team is content to handle that. I think their plan is to handle that later on, like giving out 1-year deals to guys like Von Miller and Cam Jordan and stuff like that, and maybe a Marlon Humphrey, maybe a Rasul Douglas. They're trying to protect their comp picks. But that money is still going to be spent. It's just not going to be spent very in the flashy way some people were hoping for. But I think they're going to find a kind of an unconventional way to get there. JSN will get re-signed this offseason. I'm just hoping it happens before Puka. Dalton Knox, 2-year, $20 million extension. Sure. Emmanuel Wilson signing is official. J.K. Dobbins, 2 years, $16 million. That's a little bit better than initially reported. Still probably not going to be worth it. I mean, if he stays healthy, he's worth it, but it's not going to be worth it when he gets hurt like he always does. Oh, Jennings to the Chargers? Is anyone else seeing that? That would be one of the big ones. Oh, Eric Stokes got 3 years, $30 million. Is that an old one? I think it might be. Yeah, that's an old one. We already knew about that one. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't see anything about Jawan Jennings. I'm open to Snead, but there are a couple of different guys that I think would be about as good. If Humphrey becomes available, Rasul Douglas would be in that group as well. Maybe Cam Taylor-Britt. Yeah, but what else are the Rams going to do? Are they just going to say we're not going to go for it because Stafford might get hurt? If that's how they feel, then Stafford might just be better off retiring. So, got to go. Mhm. Cody White, maybe. I think we're just gonna rock with Ricky White. Oh, they restructured. Saints restructured Chase Young. Broncos restructured Jonathan Cooper, which is weird because they're not signing anybody. Maybe they're signing Juwan Jennings. I don't think Humphrey wants to be with the Ravens. That's why this whole thing is kind of weird. But I think that you're probably right. Bosa to the Niners. That he does fit that team. And I mean that in positive and negative ways. I'd be shocked if we didn't draft a running back, Gloop. We're drafting a running back for sure. There are a few different ones it could be, but there's no way we don't. Jacoby Myers restructured. Makes sense. Thoughts on AJ Brown? I mean, I don't really want him. He did have some problems last year with the way that he was playing. I have not heard anything about Crosby to Pittsburgh. However, yeah, Brian Burns restructured. Okay. Giants need more money. I wonder if we're the only team in the league that hasn't restructured anybody yet. I'd be cool with Snead. Oh, Josh Allen restructure. Do they have enough money now to do something big? Yeah, I did see that, Willie Cox. That's, I wanted to make a video about that, but I know if I make a video about it, all the comments are going to be political, and I'm not in the mood. I really wanted to make a video discussing what John Schneider said about the millionaire's tax, but I know exactly what's going to happen if I do that. And everybody's going to make it a political thing, and I'm not in the mood. Because that's a big deal. Like, that is no small thing. That could legitimately cost us significantly. Patriots and Rams are making strong pushes to get AJ Brown. The Eagles are going to have to pay more money to trade him than they are keeping him, so you better be ready to give up a lot of stuff, man. And the Eagles are in their window, so I don't think they're going to give him away just because. Oh. Does LA have the millionaires tax too? I mean, not by that name. They may, and they may have things that are just as prohibitive, but that was an advantage we were supposed to have, and as of right now, I don't think we really have it. Things are relatively chill right now. The Seahawks aren't doing much, and Tucker Addington signs with the Dolphins. I don't know who that is. I just want a veteran corner. I don't really care that much which one it is. It could be Snead, it could be Humphrey, it could be Taylor Britt, it could be Rasul Douglas. There are some other guys too. It's still too early for me to get predictions, man. I'd like to get a Leonard Williams extension on the books, honestly. Get that over with. I don't think he's going to want to play on the last year of his deal. If he does, great, but that's a big cap hit. Ugh. Any chance we can get Dion Burke? I don't think we're taking a receiver. Burks is fun, but I think we're good at receiver. Yeah, DeMarcado signed with somebody. I can't remember who, but I know he's off the board. I think Artie Burns is available. And he would be very cheap. I mean, you could do worse. I don't think Artie Burns retired. Dunbar would have been good, but he was hurt. What, Artie Burns, Tumbo? I don't think Artie Burns was on the team in 2015. Be right back, people. Okay, I'm back. Jonathan Owens signs with the Colts. That's the guy who's married to Simone Biles, right? Hmm. Mhm. Uh, yeah, I guess that's one thing. Yeah, Pons is extremely short. That's kind of the issue. Is it disqualifying? I don't know. And if Pons can only play nickel in the NFL, even if he's tall enough to do that, we don't need a nickel. We have like 3 good nickels if you count D'Anthony Bell. Yeah, I got Snow. Ugh. Mm. Ponce has outside ability in theory. I know he played outside at Indiana. That doesn't mean he'll be able to do it in the NFL. I don't think Mike Evans is overpaid if he stays healthy, but that seems somewhat unlikely. If Hood's there at 32, you got to be all over that. That's going to be really hard to make happen. But I felt the same way about Will Johnson a year ago. Jaquan McMillan signed second round RFA tender with the Broncos. Yeah, yeah, there are definitely gonna be some positions where we don't draft, and every team has positions like that realistically. Maybe we have more than you would like. What position should the Hawks not draft regardless of value? I mean, defensive line would be hard to justify. Receiver would be hard to justify. A couple others. Juwanye Thomas from the Cowboys. Not familiar. All right, so Colts did that. Mm. 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 Yeah, not much. Very, very little stuff going on right now. There are still good players available, but maybe there are issues with those players that we don't know about, you know? Mm. Nothing new about the Charbonnet recovery except that Schneider is optimistic. Chargers going after Jawan Jennings. I could see it. Vlad McConkey's downfall has been devastating for that team. Bills signed their punter to a 1-year deal. Obviously, we don't have a lot of interest in that. The Bills signed a punter. Jonathan Owens went to the Colts. Okay, Corbin Smith has 37% off on his Emerald City Spectrum subscription service right now. No, Byron Murphy was pretty special this year. Or last year. Mills is not going to be that good or impactful. Not realistic. Okay, for some reason my Nintendo Switch turned on. I don't know why. That's weird. Out of nowhere, my Nintendo Switch just turned on. Yep. We're capped. Yeah, the Aaron Donald is a lot to ask, man. So apparently the Bears cannot afford Max Crosby. That is off the table. I have no idea, Jacob. I just don't think Milrow fits this offense. He's an RPO guy. That's my problem. Hmm. 2026 salary cap adjustments are out. The Seahawks lost $1.2 million. Very impactful. I think Mills was a 5th-round pick, right? Was he 5th or 4th? Cardinals re-signed Simi Fihoko to a 1-year deal. Okay. Yeah, Shion, it's not worth it if you're not able to get the players you need and want. But I think this team feels like they can get what they need and want without losing those picks. Like if there was an opportunity to sign some good running back for $9-10 million a year, of course I'd rather have that. But after Breece Hall got tagged, I think the team just looked and was like, there's not much here we like. Why blow a pick over it? Like Rico Dowdle would have been decent, right? Rico would have been okay, but he doesn't really fit what we do and he's not that good. So I think it was just one of those things where they were like, let's just be cautious. Let's try to play this the right way. We have a really good core in place. We can still get what we need without risking those picks. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yami Brown, I remember really liking him in that draft. Did not pan out, but he's going back to the commodes. Is Hollywood Brown still on the market, by the way? Did Hollywood Brown not sign anywhere? That surprises me. I think Hollywood Brown ends up in Baltimore. Yeah. 49ers got a bunch more cap space to work with, by the way, so let's see what they do. Is there any way they bring back Jawan Jennings? You wouldn't think so. But Bosa would be kind of interesting. De'Ami Brown is going to be dangerous this season. All right. Sounds good to me. The Niners receive a comp pick for Bryce Huff retiring. I don't. Does it? I didn't think so. I've never heard of that before, but maybe. Usually I don't like the high character old timer thing, but in this case, I actually think it makes some sense. Yeah, Bosa to the Niners makes some sense. Commanders signed Van Jefferson. So they got another not very good receiver. Maybe they're still running the spread. I don't know. Milrow, I mean, I don't think he can play high volume running back, but maybe a tiny bit. Tyler, thank you for the membership. Welcome to basic level membership. Tyler, thank you. Van Jefferson actually had 350 yards last year. That's not terrible.
Snead got released from Tennessee, could that be a nice fit for us? Sorry if you touched on him already.
Thank you, Tyler. I've talked about him a little bit on stream. Oh, that's 7 Canadian. Okay. I think that would work. To me, it would be about the same as Humphrey or Taylor Britt or Douglas. I think that they're all kind of the same basic idea. Brown only getting 3 million is kind of wild. I don't think De'Ami Brown's done anything. It's not that wild to me. Yeah, real B-dub. I think I would. Again, I don't really value the picks in this draft all that much. What running backs are projected to go in the third round? Maybe both Penn State guys are going to go around there, if I recall. I have not watched Invincible. I know a lot about it because I have friends who have watched it, but I haven't watched it yet. Ugh. No, nobody yet. Yeah, the Luke Gifford thing was a couple hours ago. I saw that one. I'll be interested to see how much we gave him compared to how much we gave Brady Russell. Yeah, I think Clowney's very likely. To me, the only thing that could get in the way of that is Clowney not wanting to play on the West Coast. Mm. Mm. I'm not sure Crosby gets traded anytime soon anymore. It's starting to sound like he's just going to stick. Mm. The only guy who's going to replace Bradford, I think, is Dunker, if I had to guess. I wouldn't, and no one else, I don't think so. Ugh. No, I don't think Seattle will draft Jeremiah Love. Yeah, Clowney's not even that old. He's not the athlete that he used to be, but I mean, the Rams Super Bowl run was definitely kind of fortuitous. They didn't have to deal with the Chiefs. They didn't deal with the Packers. But remember, back then the Niners always beat the Rams, so they had to get through that team to get to the end, and that was significant. They also beat Brady, although that Tampa Bay team obviously wasn't as good as they were the previous year. Hmm. All right, guys, I think I'm going to step away for a little bit. We're at about the halfway point, and not much has happened, so I'll be back soon, and we'll see if anything happens when I'm gone. All right. Welcome back. So we had a couple of things happen here. Rasheed Walker got signed. That was the big one. Very good deal by Carolina, too. 1 year, $10 million. Lions got Tyler Conklin. Pretty decent tight end. And the Colts got Laquan Treadwell, who is somehow still in the NFL. And we don't know for sure if it's a 1 year deal or not, but let's be real, it definitely is. So yeah, Rasheed Walker was expected to get like a 4 year, $80 million deal. So that's really good because they really needed a left tackle. My free agency tier list thing still has over 50 players on it. Now, some of them are nothing players, but a good chunk of them are not. Very interesting these guys are still available. Come on. Let's get something going here. Yeah, I heard John talk about that. I'd say more about it, but it would just devolve into a political discussion that I'm not in the mood to have. Yeah, we had some snow here. I'm not in Seattle, but I had snow here. No, no, I'm not Skagit Valley. Yeah, the Macintosh thing's tough. Don't be shocked if it's just done. And, we shouldn't expect him to be there for us, honestly. Jalen Hawkins to Baltimore. I think we knew that one from the other day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was on the list and now he's not. Not for the Seahawks, Green Earth. There's been a little bit of movement. Rasheed Walker just got signed. He's kind of a big deal. Dalvin Tomlinson got signed earlier, but yeah, the Tony Pollard thing's interesting. If he gets cut, we can sign him and not give up any comp pick. That I like more than most of the other things you could do if you want another veteran running back, but you don't necessarily need to do that. I don't think you wouldn't need to give him 7 million. You'd have to negotiate. That's what he's getting from the Titans, in theory. Still nothing going on. Yeah, well, we met with Chris Johnson. That's the only one I know about. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're going to draft a running back and call it good. We like Halani. It seems to me that we like Halani, and I'm not enamored by that, but it is what it is. And we are talking about running backs here. They are replaceable ultimately. I feel like Halani's the third down back right now, but we'll see who we draft. Zach Wilson has a sick arm. Giants get Elijah Campbell, safety from the Dolphins. I don't know who that is. Any update to fill in the extra safety spots? Well, I think we're rocking with Finley and Thomas. And Bell is kind of like a nickel corner that can also do safety stuff. I think our biggest need is still running back because while we have a couple of guys, if we don't add another guy, I don't think it's anywhere near good enough. I think we need a rookie that can take on some volume as a rookie. And yeah, we still have the same offensive line coach from last year. Yeah, maybe Jacardia right. Remember, though, the team had the opportunity to give Jacardia right snaps over, I think, Halani, and they didn't do it. Hmm. But maybe. It's complicated, right? Like, it's a nice idea, but I know that there are running backs that look good every preseason across the league that never do anything in the NFL. Hmm. Mhm. Right. Yeah, I'm awake. There's not much to say. Mhm. Ah. Best person to sign left for the Seahawks? Probably Clowney. Maybe you could argue now Sneed. Mm. Tua signs 1 year, 1.2 million officially. I mean, Chris, all I can really say is that he's a Shanahan guy. So hopefully that carries. Yeah, I'm streaming all 3 days of the draft, for sure. Cheston, I think Bobby Wagner's still in Washington. Pretty sure they signed him. Okay, Tua passed his physical. That's why they're re-announcing it. Hmm. I think Adams is a free agent. I don't think he's retired. He actually wasn't terrible for the Raiders or anything. I don't know if we're gonna do it during the draft holy hand grenade. We're definitely gonna do it after. But typically I think we like to fly solo on draft coverage. Yeah, the Ebiketie deal wouldn't have been bad. Can Jamal Adams be a defensive edge rusher? Not anymore. Maybe once upon a time. DJ Moore's salary for 2027 is now fully guaranteed. So, rip Buffalo Bills. Hmm. I mean, I feel like they would have played Jared Ivey some last year if that was the case, because they had problems at edge last year. And Jared Ivey didn't even get snaps over the other backup edge they had. I like Jared Ivey, but it doesn't seem like the team was all that interested. Montez Sweat's salary has become almost entirely guaranteed now. Or mostly, I guess I should say. JC Horn, same thing. No, I don't think any of these guys were really at any risk, so it doesn't mean much. Do vet minimums count against comp picks? No, I don't think so. I think it's most likely that you have to get up above like 3 million or so to count against comp picks. And that also goes for someone like Derek Young. So if anyone was wondering if we get a comp pick for Derek Young, pretty sure the answer will be no unless he got way too much money. I think Kyler could be all right with Minnesota. I could see that going pretty well. Hmm. Yeah, the Jeremiah Love stuff is goofy. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, it doesn't hurt to dream big, but that's a dream that's too big. We're not trading 3 first-round picks for any running back. I don't know if any running back would be worth the amount we'd have to trade to get him. You better be LaDainian Tomlinson. Need an edge more than a running back? I mean, it's close. The thing is, I don't know if we're cutting Nwosu anymore. Like, if we don't need the money, we may as well keep Nwosu because Nwosu is not useless. I think we need one more cornerback at least, but it's also not like completely. It's not the most important thing in the world. Willie Cox, that's satire, right? That would be really funny, but that can't be real, right? Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it does start to feel a little bit like you're stepping aside so the Rams can have their run at a Super Bowl, and you're not gonna try to get into an arms race, and that's gonna be frustrating. Like, I understand that we just won a Super Bowl, and there's only so much anger you can get. And I understand that it might not be realistic to keep up with the Rams going all into this degree, but there will come a point where we do have to be real. Oh, Geno Stone. Geno Stone's out. Geno Stone has signed with the Buffalo Bills. Yikes. One-year deal. We don't know anymore. That means Geno Stone is now off the board, promoting James Daniels, I believe, to the list. Do we trade for Brian Thomas from the Jags? I would have done it before we re-signed Shaheed, maybe, but no. I If the Rams get AJ Brown and we continue to just like kind of splash around here, it will kind of feel like we're just getting out of the way so the Rams can do what they're going to do. And we're thinking more about 2027. And, if things go badly for the Rams for one reason or another, then great. But it doesn't feel like we're trying to keep up. And I understand, but it is going to be frustrating. All right, Geno Stone is a Buffalo Bill. I didn't really want Geno Stone, by the way, so. Like, to me, one of the moves that this team needed to make if they were going to go quote unquote all in would have been Khalil Mack, and Mack never hit the market. So it's tough. Sometimes it's just not there for you. Yeah, Becton doesn't really fit our scheme. He could be a good player, but not in this offense. Can the Patriots really go after AJ Brown when they just gave Dobbs all that money? I feel like they can, but maybe they feel like they're good. Yeah, Snead would be a good one. I like Snead. Okay. All right, Geno Stone's still the most recent thing that's happened here. Hassan Reddick. I don't feel like Reddick has anything left, but that's another guy you can look at. Ultimately, you're going to be looking at a bunch of different guys that are older, and you're trying to figure out who's got something left and who doesn't. Yeah, Taurus, I don't mind that idea. I've never seen North Dallas 40, no. I'm not that young anymore, by the way. It doesn't feel right for me to say that, but I'm not really young. I'm 36. Yeah, I go to the YMCA. Yeah, we didn't lose that many coaches, man. We did not lose that many coaches. We did very well. Yeah, very, very chill today, guys. Even Rasheed Walker got a 1-year deal, which tells you that you get this deep into free agency, good chance you're going to get guys cheaper than you may have thought. Oh. Yeah, Zach Orr's going to be great. That's a great one. That was actually a really good pickup, man. The Eagles and Dallas Goedert have pushed the void date on his contract back to Monday. So they're still trying to work out his deal, but they haven't yet. What's your Mount Rushmore of anime? Are you talking about like shows, or does that include like standalone films? Shows only. Evangelion, the Persona 4 animation, Death Note, and because it was my favorite when I was a kid, and it's the only one that I still think holds up as I'm older now, I'd go with like Digimon Adventure. The rest I can take or leave. I never played a Digimon game. I watched the shows when I was a kid. I liked them, and they've done recent stuff too that is pretty good. Like the some of the adventure stuff they did recently was at least interesting. Not all of it's good. Like I don't think Try was good. Try was messy as hell. Justin Herbert's salary for 2027 is now fully guaranteed. Very compelling. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's really a pain in the ass to start these long animes sometimes. Okay, come on. We might herbicide. The thing is, our picks suck. Isn't that Billy Bob Thornton Rock Man? Because I don't look like Billy Bob Thornton at all. We offered 2 firsts and probably Mafe at the deadline, but they didn't do it, and now they probably really regret it. I think we offered more than 2 firsts at the deadline. They just didn't want to do it. Eagles, A.J. Brown prefers to go to the Patriots. Well, he'd get the ball more there, I guess. Bradley Chubb signed, like, instantly after he got cut. The Falcons have signed Deshaun Hand. He's been around for a while. 1 year, $3 million. Yes. Not really, Brian. Rasheed Walker got signed, I guess. I have not seen Brian Robinson Jr. get signed, and at this point, I don't expect him. I think we got our veteran running back that we like, and I'm not against it. Yeah, Garrett could be good for a long time. Again, it's just he feels like it's impossible to trade for him. We could still get him, of course, but I don't think that we will. Yeah, there's not a lot going on right now, guys. Wish I had something better to tell you. Well, better's relative, of course, but I wish I had something a little bit more, at least action oriented. Yeah, we could get Grenard, and then we don't need to really draft an edge so much. I think we're going to wait till after the draft and go after some of these old edge players in all likelihood, though. I thought we had to spend a bunch of money sooner than later. Yeah, I think we're going to end up spending a decent amount of money post draft because those edge players that we talk about, they might play for cheaper than you expect, but they're not going to play for free. Excuse me. Yeah, Puka was the JSN draft class. Hmm. Yeah, Leonard Floyd can still play, maybe. Diggs is still out there, but he's probably shot all the injuries. It was snowing. I don't think it's snowing anymore, but it was actually snowing a lot. David Ojabo has signed with the Dolphins. I forgot about him. Ojabo, wasn't he the guy at Michigan who for like everything in his body at his pro day? That was him, right? So yeah, that's not bad. Hmm. So good for Ojabo. I mean, usually not a lot happens by Friday. By the time you get to the Friday of the free agency frenzy week, things are pretty chill. So it's not shocking. And I think this Seahawks team is probably good. I think they feel like they got what they need. Eagles not trading A.J. Brown. It's going to cost them so much money to do it. So it doesn't actually surprise me that much. No. Our biggest sack guy in a single season, John? Pretty sure it's Frank Clark. The only other guy it could be is Chris Clemens, but I think it was Frank Clark. Yeah, Clark. Yeah, I mean, whether you get, I mean, I don't know how to feel about it, but this team definitely likes Alani, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'll be right back, people. All right, I'm back. It is still snowing up there, by the way, pretty significantly. God dang it. Vikings wave some dude I've never heard of before. Zeke Corral. Yeah, that's why Mike Washington's so interesting. He can actually get outside on the zone runs. And that's rare in this draft, I think. These guys are not that fast. I had that happen to me like 5 years ago, Derek. Oh, Roger McCreary is signed with the Detroit Lions. Roger McCreary. There was some talk about him. I don't know much about McCreary. He wasn't really on my radar. I didn't see him as a candidate. Yeah, I had Owens on my list, but he's been pushed off because it was hours ago. Bolt signed Andrew Ogletree. I don't think I know who that is. Yeah, I'm interested in Snead. That would be a reasonable vet corner signing to kind of ease the loss of Woolen while we get a rookie in there to eventually take over. Well, we are going to draft one. Snead is like a 1-year stopgap to give us something that isn't just a rookie who may or may not be ready. If we're trying to compete this year, which whatever you may think about this team right now, we are, it's a bad idea to say we're just going to bet on some rookie to carry the day. Yeah, Denzel Boston would be interesting, but we just don't. I can't imagine taking a receiver at this point. I don't think Zabel was considered a surefire first round pick last year. Yeah, he got better quick. Because Dable was genuinely bad for a big chunk of the year, but then at the end of the season, he really got to the point where he was playing well above average. East. Sebastian Joseph Day goes to the Steelers. He's pretty decent. 2 years, 11. That's not bad. I obviously didn't want him because he's a down lineman, but Joseph Day's not bad. Word on the street is the Eagles aren't going to trade him after all, but I haven't seen anything official on that yet. And I mean, even if I did, that doesn't mean they wouldn't do it. They can change their mind later. Obviously. 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 Cousins in Arizona makes a little bit of sense, but they already signed Minshew. Cousins to Vegas does actually hit pretty hard. Oh, Andre Cisco. There we go. He's all right. One year, worth up to 5 million. I did have Cisco on the list. Pretty low down, though. Okay, we are now officially down to 50 players on the tier list total. I would not have hated Cisco if we hadn't already signed 2 safeties. But that would have cost a comp pick, actually, now that I look at it, because of how much money he got. I mean, can't Rodgers just retire? Like, this is getting ridiculous. Oh, wow, Panthers got Stephon Diggs. Let's see. I don't see it yet. That surprises me a little bit. I know they kind of need a receiver, but Diggs is kind of a deal with the devil. I mean, I wouldn't hate that, Brian. Not getting a corner in this draft feels like a mistake, though. I'm not seeing anything about Diggs, so that may have not been real. take div. Yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe he's like really injured. Definitely. It occurs to me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything about digs. Somebody's messing around. Yeah, Bosa needs to play with his hand in the dirt, I think. That's the issue. Good. Good. Duggar signed a while ago, I think, right? Yeah, I remember that. Bill signed a dude. You're not talking about Geno Stone, are you? That was a little while ago. Oh, really? He's still a free agent? I didn't know that. I mean, we definitely need to get our own doctors to look at Crosby, right? Like, at this point, maybe there is something wrong, but I'm skeptical. I don't know if there is anything wrong. Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's anything all that wrong with Crosby. He just had surgery. It's not that surprising that he wouldn't be able to pass a physical right now. I think the Ravens just needed an excuse. Yeah, I mean, we really might be done until post-draft, and I guess that's okay. We are in a little bit of a tough spot for the draft because it feels like there are some things we have to do. But I'm not against it. Man, what are the Broncos doing? They're freeing up cap space for what? I mean, he was playing basketball, right? Crosby, so something to think about. Do you think we are overvaluing the comp picks? If I felt like there was someone really good and really valuable that we missed on because of this, then I might say yeah, but like who that got signed is someone that I'm like, man, I'm really upset we didn't get that guy. Like Khalil Mack didn't make it to free agency, so he doesn't count, right? Like maybe Tyler Algier, and that's still a running back, man. So you see what I'm getting at here? It's like, okay, who did we not sign that would have been worth giving up a comp pick for in my mind? Again, I think the answer is probably possibly Tyler Algier. Yeah, Ebiketie got signed. He's another guy who maybe, but at the same time, I don't think he's any better than Boye Mafe. And I wasn't upset to lose Mafe. I mean, given the fact that our window is now, I'd rather have guys like Clowney and Cam Jordan and Von Miller than Ebiketie, because I don't think Ebiketie has much of a ceiling. I know he's young, but where's he going to go? No, Clowney's a free agent. Yeah, hello. Yeah, there's no way in the world we're getting some big time impact edge at 32. There's just no universe. That's not happening. Yeah, at this point, I kind of feel like we're keeping Nwosu unless we're planning on signing a bunch of older guys at the end of the process, because he's not worthless. I'd rather have Nwosu than Jared Ivey out there, probably. J.K. Dobbins, we already knew that. Clowney's the north of 30, but most of the edges that we're probably going to try to get are. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there's not that much left that's appealing. We need it's mostly just like corners and edge rushers, and nothing stands out so strongly that we just have to go get it. Hey, Miles, what's up? No, I don't do Legos. Why do you think I did? Did I ever indicate that I did? I don't think so. So, yeah. Nope, nothing going on, people. I will be right back, everybody. Okay. Didn't miss a thing. 1 hour left, by the way, guys. Gonna go for another hour, and I mean, I'm not gonna make a video too to wrap up because we didn't do anything. Hmm. Hmm. I think Mike Washington's more fun, so I'd say him, and he fits a little bit more of what I'm looking for. Derek Young was let go yesterday, actually. We were told about Derek Young yesterday. I just didn't make a video about it because it's not that big of a deal. What do you think of Snead? I'd probably take him, but to me, he's interchangeable with a few other guys. Do the Raiders have a salary cap problem? I don't think so because they had so much cap space to start. I think we are going to sign some edges. We're just not going to do it right now. I think we're going to need to extend both of them to get to that cash floor because we're not doing that much else. Like, that's going to get us a good chunk of the way there. And then there's a few other things we can do to make it up, but without doing it, I don't know how we find a way to get it done. I don't know, but he had the 4.3 whatever at the combine, which is good enough for me. Would Snead be a fit in Seattle? I think so. But that's up to Mike McDonald, I guess. Six nine one three cone. Let me see here. Six nine one three cone. I mean, that's good. It's not extraordinary, but it's more than good enough. Need, I think, would be pretty cheap because he's still making a lot of money from the Titans, and he hasn't been good there. So why would anybody be that excited? I don't know anymore, Liban. It doesn't make much sense to me. Oh, Browns signed Kalia Davis from the 49ers. One year, $3 million. Okay. It's something. Apparently, Roman Hemby from Indiana has built a connection with the Seahawks at the combine. Roman Hemby. So that could be like a sleeper running back we target. That might be a guy you get in the 6th round. Is there anyone you think the Seahawks should possibly trade for that's not obvious by the deadline? Well, that's really hard to answer right now because we don't know who's going to be bad. Like, for all we know, the teams that we think will be bad will be good. Like, I want, like, what if the Jets are terrible and they still have Breece Hall on the um franchise tag? Could you trade for Breece Hall mid-season and then just extend him to push out the cap hit? Like, that would be interesting. Do 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 do. All right, we got 41 minutes left. And one thing I want to say real quick, because we are starting to wind down here. I know very few people are here. I know not a lot's going on, but any donations you guys can send in these last 40 minutes of Free Agency Frenzy Week would be appreciated. The last today and yesterday have just been very, very sleepy, which I understand because not much is going on, but any support you guys can send here at the end is appreciated. Khalil Mack got re-signed by the Chargers before free agency.
In broke as hell, but I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Crypto Hawk, thank you for the 10. I don't know why it's not playing. Oh, okay. There's no text. Thank you, Crypto Hawk. AJ Brown has a 33% chance of being traded on Poly Market. So it seems like the current belief is that it won't happen, which I kind of agree with because of the money stuff. No, Mac went back to the Chargers. He got re-signed before free agency started. That's why, you know.
I really want Vaughn to come here, even though he is past his prime. He was fun to watch.
Yeah, Jordan. Look, he's still pretty good. Appreciate that. Well, we still need Jawan Jennings to get signed. That's gonna be a significant contract, I think. I think that Jawan's still gonna get significant money, but obviously we're not interested in that, I don't think. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, Jesse, not going to be fun. But so it goes. Oh, Commanders re-signed Chris Paul. Did I have him on the list? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. But it is a signing. All right, Chris Paul is back in Washington. Yeah, Big Patty Daddy, I don't know what it is. I don't know what you're asking for there, but that's kind of weird. Okay, that um how will we approach the draft? I think we got to get out of there with a running back, a cornerback, an edge rusher probably. And that's about what there is. Mm. Elaborate. I mean, I that's what we need. And as much as I hate to say this, we are probably going to go into the draft with clearly defined needs that need to be addressed. But that is what we did last year, and we were able to handle it by getting Zabel, I guess. Bobby's under contract, guys. I think. I'm pretty sure Washington kept him.
How much dollar to have you as my Zoom dating coach?
That's not a service that I think I could charge for, Patty. Still nothing. I don't know, Big Patty Daddy. I don't really think about things like that. No, I'm finished Power Wash. I'm waiting for updates or, a DLC or whatever. I'm gonna keep playing it when they release new content, but for the moment, I'm done with all the content they currently have. Who do you think did the best jobs in free agency so far? I think Pittsburgh did pretty well. I don't hate most of what they did. I'm not in love with the Pittman thing, but I'd say so. Yeah, Ethan's Tech World is still all around here all the time. I haven't seen him today, but he's been here. Right now, I'm doing YouTube full time. It's wasn't always like that though. All right, Rasheed Walker deal is official. Jesus. Unbelievable. Okay, we're down to the last 17 minutes or so before I get out of here, and we haven't done anything. Assuming nothing else happens. I guess that's all there is to it. I mean, at this point, I think Crosby's probably just gonna stay. I don't know. I don't want to. Obviously, they're comfortable getting rid of him, but at this point, I don't think they're gonna get the offer they want. No, I definitely started it out as a hobby. I did this for years without making any money whatsoever. Like you have to get to 1,000 subs to make money here. So it took me a while to get there. So the career thing really only happened after. Well, really, I didn't even consider it a career until 2 years ago. But it's been nice. No, I don't do any of those card game things. I wish I did. Those hobbies can be pretty lucrative, especially if you've been doing them for a while, but no.
Might be an invading your privacy, but do you crack 6 figures on YouTube alone? If not, here's an extra 5.
No, no, Big Patty Daddy. No. Not actually not even all that close. No. Better Batman between Robert or Ben? I liked I actually liked Affleck better. I thought he was pretty good. The movies were not very good, admittedly. But still. Well, Chestnut, um, I think a lot of YouTube channels have a lot of like legacy subs of dead accounts, which is not the case on mine. Like, I know this is an extreme example, but somebody like Boogie, who had 5 million subs at one point, but he barely gets views because almost all of his subs are from dead accounts that haven't logged in a long time. All right, see you later, Jesse. I grew up with the anime of Yu-Gi-Oh as well, but I never got into the card game. Tyler Hall, he's a cornerback. I don't think he ever played for us, so don't worry about it. But I know some people see that and freak out, but yeah, nothing to worry about, people. Why would you need to guess my ethnicity? I've said it many, many times. Yes, Big Patty Daddy, you are correct. But I'm not going to give you any credit for it because I've said this before on stream many times. Okay, so less than, what are we, 3 minutes away? Yeah, not a single move. I don't have anything to make a video about, so. Que sera, sera. It was snowing when I was upstairs a minute ago, yeah. Checking the TL, nothing. I will, Chestnut, but I'm not going to do it right now. All right, guys, it's 5, and I don't see anything. Okay. Everybody have a good rest of your night. I'm out of here. Maybe I'll post a video later. Maybe I'll just save it for tomorrow, but kind of a nothing burger day, I understand, but so it goes. See ya. Go Hawks.